Hello. Hello. What if we just take it from the top? What if we just take it from the top? Let's just rewind a little bit. Let's just rewind in time and take it from the top. Hi everybody. This is the start of stream. No stream has happened yet today. There were no technical issues. There were no technical difficulties that exploded my computer and the stream. That never happened. That never happened. That was pretend. That was pretend. That never happened. This is the first time I've pressed go live today. This is the first time I've pressed go live today. What if we just take it from the top? Average Bottom, who is also a union organizer. I still don't know what to do. Maybe we'll just play Silk Song? I don't know. My plan was to play Coral Island. That was what I was gonna do today. I don't know. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what to do with myself now. I'm not good at adjusting. What was the actual issue with Coral Island? It was just like kind of being framey. It was just kind of being framey in an annoying way. In a way that was annoying to me specifically. Would toggling VSync make it behave better? Like toggling VSync on? Is VSync supposed to be on or off in video games? I don't understand what it is. I don't understand what it is. I go into the settings of every video game and they tell me so many words and I don't know what it means. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know what the video games want from me. Just work on my computer, just work on my laptop and work with VTube Studio and work with V2 and OBS. Just work. Sometimes turning it off helps. Sometimes turning it on helps. What has this world come to? What has this world come to? That we have to turn things off and on again to see if that makes it better. Why not just design it? Why not just design it right in the first place? Why not just design it better in the first place so it just simply works? In the worst possible conditions that a person could have. Why would you not just make it so that it works? Why would you just make it work? Just make it work. Just make it work. I shouldn't have to know such things. I shouldn't have to know such things. I shouldn't have to have such knowledge to play the games. Please have pity on me. Have mercy on a creature such as I. Have mercy on a creature such as I. Please, just optimize your games. Just optimize your games. It might be an optimization issue. Coral Islands had that throughout its development. Sometimes tweaking a setting the devs broke fixes it or fixes it enough. I guess I'll reinstall Coral Island. I guess I'll reinstall Coral Island. I guess I'll reinstall Coral Island. Sorry, no can do. Here's your 150 gigabyte install that requires a quantum GPU to not chug at medium settings. Average AAA developer. Yeah, I also just don't understand the laptop. I don't understand how it has a better graphics driver, but sometimes it just does worse. Sometimes it does worse. And the games that I could play on my actual PC with a worse graphics driver, I can't do that on a laptop with a better graphics driver. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. We also made it impossible to disable motion blur and depth of field and chromatic aberration. It's hashtag cinematic. My cinema. My cinema. Who cares if it's unplayable? It has to be cinema. It has to be cinema at all costs. If the laptop has less memory or a worse processor, that could be why. What's a processor? How would I know? How would I just want it to work. I just want the things to work in the ways that I need them to work. I just want the things to work in the ways that I need them to work. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Whoever makes the little laptops, I don't think that's too much to ask for. Whoever makes the computers and the games and the software and the hardware, I don't think that's too much to ask for. For the things to just work the way that they're supposed to work. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't have to be in fucking IT or computer science to figure this shit out. It should just work. It should just work. Old man yells at clouds. Old man yells at clouds. I'm not technologically illiterate. Like, I can help an old person set up their phone, you know? You know what I mean? But so much of this stuff, I feel like, just how am I supposed to know? How am I supposed to know any of this? Like, why and no just work? Why and no just work? Why and no just do the thing it's supposed to do? Why no? Why no? This messed up. That's messed up. It's messed up. Also, I think my model is not playing well with me re-downloading Coral Island. I don't think so. I don't think so. To mean CPU, each processor has a certain amount of cores. Ours has 8 cores and runs relatively smoothly for most things. Newer AAA games are tossed in the air as to whether we can run them well. CPU. 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 How would I, where would I find that? System? System? Storage? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's in there. I don't know how to... I just don't know. I just don't know. If you're on Windows, you can use system information to look at your basic computer information. It should be listed as processor. System information. About my PC. Tell me about it. I have an 8 GB graphics card, multiple GPUs installed. I have 954 gigabytes of storage, of which 271 are used. I have 16 gigabytes of installed RAM, and the speed is 4,800 MT/s. And my processor is an AMD Ryzen 7 7735HS with Radeon graphics 3.20 GHz. Is that good for me? Is that good for me? Are these good Are computer gods? Are these the help? Help. My brain literally just short-circuited. My brain tried to form words and it just went no. No, I refuse actually. No, you want to make words and have those words come out of your mouth? No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Think again. Try again. That's not happening. That's not happening. Try again. You wanted words? You wanted words to come out of your mouth? No, no. Nay, nay. I don't think so. I don't think so. I also have a Ryzen, different model, but the Ryzen has been good to us. Oh. Oh. All right, let me open up Coral Island again. Let me open up Coral Island again. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe the computer gods will be kind to me. Maybe they'll have pity on me. Maybe the gamer gods, maybe they'll take pity on me. They'll say, "Whoa, Dizzy is such a wretched creature. We'll have mercy on him. We'll have mercy on him, and we'll let him play the games, and we'll let him stream the games without any issues. Without any issues or technical difficulties." Brain strike, neurons laying down their tools. I'm not really sure what could be the problem. I'm not super tech savvy. Our fiance is the one who built the PC we're on, so I only know very basic information. Shaking your hand. Shaking your hand. I too, like, I don't know. I'm not, like, technologically illiterate, but sometimes when I come up against the stuff that is, like, PCs and laptops and games and, like, all of that, I'm like, shit. Shit, I might be, though. Like, shit, I didn't think so. I feel like I can figure a lot of stuff out, but goddamn. 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 Alright, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna use the worst model that I could possibly use for this to put it through the ringer. Okay. I've turned VSync on. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I lowered the FPS limit to 30. It was initially set to 60. It's all like medium, low, off. Let me see. Let us see. Let us see. Please, video game gods. Please, video game gods. Please just let me play the games that I want to play and don't cause issues. Please. 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 I really wanted streaming from the laptop to work out, and I think in many regards it has. But it's also like anytime we run into an issue with a game or something like that, I'm just like, shit. There's another one of like my regular games that I would play off the list that I don't know like what do I do instead? You know, like we took No Man's Sky off the list because the laptop explodes. Coral Island doesn't explode, but it just kind of looks chunky. And I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy that. I want it to be smooth. I want it to be smooth and buttery. When I play a video game, I want it to be like taking a bite into a stick of butter, you know? I just want it to work. I want it to be smooth and buttery. And like with the settings where they are at now, like the game just kind of looks. Oh, see what I mean? Right there, when we came out, it was chunking. It was chunking. And when we passed the bridge there, right there, chunked. It's chunking. The little stutters on loads, yeah. But it's like doing it just even as I run around. Which I don't like. I don't like that. I don't want it to do that. It shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. That's been reported with Coral Island for years, on and off, unfortunately. Probably they need to patch whatever their last tweaks were. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Like, I just... Coral Island, I feel so mixed on, because there's so much about it that I like and enjoy, but there's so much about it as well that is just, like... aggravating. Like, all of, like, when we went from early access to 1.0, we were supposed to be able to carry over our save, but we couldn't. It was bugged out. Like, it literally would not let it carry over into a 1.0 game. And the fact that they released 1.0 without the game, like, being done... irritating, aggravating. And the last time we played, we had that bug with my pickaxe where it just disappeared while I was trying to upgrade it, and then it didn't come back. And luckily, after a couple of months of not playing Coral Island, I came back and I was able to get it back. But now the game is chunking, and it's just like, enough. I want to play your game. You've created a good game in so many ways, but there are like these things, and it's like, I don't want to play this. Just It's fine. Well, now what? Now what do I do? Now what do we do with today, chat room? Now what do we play? We could just play more Silk Song. We could just default back to Silk Song. I don't know. I kind of wanted, I don't know. Now that we've finished up Death Stranding, I wanted to start introducing other games back into circulation, you know? Back into circulation. We couldn't do that when we were dual wielding Silk Song and Death Stranding. But now that we finished Death Stranding, I was like, oh, we can start introducing other games back into the stream circulation. But the game that I was gonna introduce back it don't work right. It don't work right. So now I don't know. Maybe we'll just do Silk Song. So I don't have to think about it. Silking the song. The silking of the song. I am gonna uninstall Coral Island. Just free up the space. There's no point. In keeping it installed right now. Okay, let's do the silking of the song. I guess. Unless anybody has any games. Game suggestions. Maybe it's a game I have, and it's a game I have. We can try it. Out. I don't know. I get so, like, overwhelmed with all of the possible games to play, you know? And so I just kind of end up being like, I don't know. Until I get a feeling or like an urge where I'm like, oh, I want to play this game. I'm just like, I don't know what game to play. I don't know. I could play this game, but I could also play that game. But I could also play that game, but I could also play this game, and then I just get overwhelmed and I shut down. You know? And what used to be the case is we would use No Man's Sky for those transitory periods where I didn't know what to play. We would use, like, Coral Island and No Man's Sky. And play those. And play those. Of the Devil, Episode 0 is available for free and is a visual novel inspired by Ace Attorney and Danganronpa and the AI Somnium Files and Death Note and Ghost in the Shell standalone complex, if that appeals at all. Curse of video games. Too many to play. It's true. It's true. There's too many of them. Too many of them. Of the Devil? Of the Devil? Oh, I have that on my wish list. Oh, the trailer is loud. Loud. I want to play this. Can you add that to my library? Oh, don't play the trailer. It's so loud. It's so loud. Play the game. Install the game for me, please. Install the game for me, please. Of the Devil. Of the Devil. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Hooray! Hooray! Videos game. Videos games. I think there's a Steam setting that allows disabling autoplay on videos on store pages. Oh shit, for real? Steam. Settings? Settings? Store. Live broadcasts, maybe? I don't think so. If there is a setting for it, I don't see it. I don't see it off the top of my head. Off the top of my head. Off the top of my head. It's a checkbox below the video when one is playing. As long as that's toggled, the settings should persist. Oh. 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 I'll have to do that then. I'll have to turn that on then. So that way the videos aren't loud. So that way the videos aren't loud. Let's play Of the Devil. Is that what it's called? Of the Devil. 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 Let's do that. Yay. Thank you for the suggestion. I truly do. I truly just get, like, stun-locked by the overwhelm of how many video games exist and what's in my library already. I just kind of sit there. I just kind of end up sitting there being like, shit. I don't know. Shit. I don't know. I don't know what I want to play. I don't know. I just live here. I just live here. I want the video games to walk up to me and be like, hey, you should play me. I'm a really cool video game. I'm a really cool video game and you would enjoy me. You would enjoy playing me. And I can go, okay, sure thing. Sure thing. As long as you aren't like $60. Sure thing. Sure thing. Well, actually, that's a lie. No, it has to be a video game that I already own or is free. Or that I wait to, like, save up for. But it would be nice if a video game would just walk up to me and be like, hey, I'm a really cool video game, and you would enjoy me. You would enjoy playing me. And then I do. Yeah. Yeah. Many are like $70 and $80 at this point, and I just don't... Holds out the couple of pennies that I have. Holds out the pennies that I make Eat Munch that I can't even get because Twitch has a $50 payout threshold. Can I have one video game, please? Holds out in the palm of my creature hands a couple of pennies. and like some pocket lint and like maybe like a stick of chewing gum. Can I have one video game, please? Can I have one video game, please? And then the video game gods go, "No!" And they scream at me because I have no money. A video game walks up to you like, "Hey, Dizzy, I'm free, and I have Toxic Yuri and Old Man Yowie. And you know what? I'm sold. You know what? I'm there. I'm already there. Say less. I'm already there. I'm already at your house. I'm right there. I'm ready to play you right now, video game. I'm ready to play you right now. I need to help. I need to open the game. I need to open the game, and then I need to get it all set up. I mean, Of the Devil does have Toxic Yuri. And you love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. Okay, now it's loaded in. It was giving me a little mouse scroll wheel for a second there. Okay. Let me see. Encoding overload. Consider turning down settings or using a faster thingy. Thank you. Thank you, OBS. Thank you. I sure hope that's Of the Devil. Can you get up there? Can you get up there on the screen for me? Of the Devil. Of the Devil. This is a work of fiction. This is a work of fiction, chat room. Just in case you didn't know. Just in case you didn't know. I have to change how I'm sitting. The way that I have arranged my limbs is horrible. Horrible and wretched. Horrible and wretched, and it needs to change immediately, or I will scream. I will scream. I will scream. And I will cry. I've like made like an indentation on the bed that I'm in during the day. 'Cause like I'm in the middle of the bed. You know, so now there's just like an indentation there, but the indentation is horrible. The indentation is horrible for my limbs. It's horrible for my limbs. I don't like it. I don't like it when there's like a dent. Like a dent in the bed. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy that. I need to sit there. I need to lie down there. But if I sit and lie down in the same way, then it makes a dent. But then the dent is horrible for arranging my limbs and whatnot. It's just all bad. It's all bad and horrible. It's all bad and horrible. I'm trying so hard to like adjust my pillows in a way where they aren't going to drive me up the wall. But some days it's just not. Some days it's just not. Do you ever just have days where like you wake up and all of your limbs are just wrong? All of your limbs are wrong and horrible and evil, and you need to chop them off. You need to chop them off, and that's the only solution to make them not wrong and not horrible and not evil. Horrible. 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 Horrible, wretched evolutionary creations. Limbs and joints and muscles and bones and nerves. Horrible! 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 Okay. Okay. I'll probably have to change how I'm sitting again in a little bit, because I can tell that this isn't gonna be like a permanent way for me to sit and have my limbs arranged and have it work. But it'll work for the next little bit at least. For the next little bit, at least. I'm too much of a siphonophore for limbs and joints and bones, right? Right? It's just horrible. It's horrible. It's messed up. It's messed up. Who lives like this? Who lives like this? It's fucked up. Fucked up and evil to have joints and limbs. Horrible. Horrible. All right. You can see the game. Presumably you'll be able to hear the game when there is audio, because I have it set in OBS to be of the devil. Now, you can hear me. You can see me. My model doesn't seem like it's chunking. Okay. I think we can play the video game. I think we can play the video game. I'm in the category. Okay. I think let's play the video game. This is a work of fiction. Loading. Of the devil. Okay, can you hear the game? Let me check now. Now that we have sound. Now that we have sound. Hell yeah, you can. How's it sounding? Is it too loud? Too loud? Too quiet? How does it need to be adjusted compared to the sound of my voice? Maybe dial it down a bit. Settings. Settings. Phone opacity. Right. Oh, wait, no. Audio? Did I just scroll past the audio? It's just, yeah, it's just weird where it is. Okay. Let's bring, oh! Let's bring that down to there, maybe? Maybe like that. How's that looking? How's that sounding? The looking is for me to do with my eyes in OBS. Encoding overload. Oh, OBS. Oh, OBS, you're so silly, goofy. Genuinely, the fact that there is a dent in my bed where I am stuck during the day is horrible and wretched. I need to change how I'm sitting again. I'm so sorry. Everything is just, today is just a horrible, no good, very bad, however the fuck the rest of that book goes, kind of day, it seems. Kind of day. You ever just have a day where the processing of the century, it's just not, it's just bad. It's just bad. Feels fucking bad. Feels fucking wretched. May also want to tweak the time-sensitive choices settings to be double or unlimited. Not relevant for this episode, but for future ones. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Might also want to tweak the graphics settings to make sure it stays smooth. Okie dokie. I just gotta... Okay. Now if I put my little laptop in the thing that it sits upon on my lap, is this okay? Is this okay, body? Body that I am in? Body that I am in? That is full of joints and muscles and bones and nerves and whatnot. Is this okay? Does this appease you? Does this amalgamation of my limbs in this arrangement, does this appease you? No. The answer is no. No, the answer is no. The answer is no. The gods that rule over my body have chosen no. They said no. No. This positioning does not appease us. Okay, maybe if I put the pillow vertical. Maybe if the pillow is vertical. Maybe if the pillow is vertical. Vertical? Vertical? It's just all bad. It's all bad. It's all wrong. It's all horrible. It's all wrong. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it is wrong. Okay, hold on. I'm moving everything. I'm moving everything. I might have to pull out my weighted blanket. I might have to pull out my weighted blanket. Give me a moment here, chat room. I gotta fix everything because it's all horrible. It's all horrible, and I think I must be having a bad sensory day. Because this is what happens on bad sensory days, is everything is horrible and wrong, and nothing goes right, and it's all just bad. It's all bad. Everything, the blankets, the way the blankets like touch my skin, the way my limbs are arranged, the fact that I have flesh. Horrible. Horrible. Who invented flesh? Kill that guy. Kill that guy. Whoever the fuck invented flesh, kill them. Kill them with hammers. Kill them with hammers. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. Fucked up and evil. Fucked up and evil. Okay, I'm also gonna turn the heat down, because that could be... Maybe it's all of my bones and my pain and my sensory and my inability to regulate my temperature, and it's all just wrong. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just that everything is wrong. I'm going to get no. Kermit's the frog. I stepped on one of my dog's toys. Okay. I've gotten up. I have my weighted blanket. Ah, that's really heavy. I'm grabbing that. I have before I even touch my computer, to bring it back and add that additional weight and pressure. I'm gonna set up my heating pad and weighted. Sorry about the delay, chat room. Sorry about the delay. This is just what it is to be a very autistic creature with chronic pain and fatigue and a sensory processing disorder in which I am very hypersensitive to everything. And did I mention the all of the sensory stuff worse as well, for whatever fucking reason? Connecting and disconnecting. This is good. This is good. It was the weighted blanket. It was the weighted blanket that I needed. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of water. Now here's hoping I don't need to get up ever, or else we might have to do this all over again. We might have to do this all over again if I have to get up at any point. Today might just be one of those days. Today might just be one of those days where you see the creatureness on display in ways that maybe are not as visibly on display. Because I tried to get myself all set up and comfortable before I press go live, but sometimes I misjudge Sometimes I misjudge the horrible, wretched nature of existence, and I suffer for it. And I suffer for it. I pay the price for my hubris, chat room. So here's the downside, is that the way that I look at chat is now really far away, and I don't have great vision. That needs to come closer. Can this come closer without ruining the way that the blankets fall? It can. Okay, I can see you now, chat room. I can see you and perceive you now. You are being so perceived, chat room. All right. Perfect. I think I have appeased the gods that rule over the land that is my body. I think I have appeased them. I have appeased them by sacrificing the weighted blanket to them. Yeah. Yeah, I brought the weighted blanket to the altar that is my body, and it has appeased. It has appeased the gods that like throw like fucking lightning bolts at me and try to kill me with hammers and whatnot. Because they hate me and they want me dead. Miscalculating the slingshot maneuver and throwing oneself directly into the sun instead of a nice stable orbit. Hey, it happens to the best of us. Hey, you know what happens to the best of us? What can I say? What can I say? It happens to the best of us. Okay. Let's play the game. Oh, there were oh, but the lighting when I tabbed in went weird. You said tweak the graphics settings to make sure it stays smooth. So maybe like medium or high. And then the timing. Time-sensitive choices. No time limits. No time limits. Please do not put me on a timer to make decisions. You will break me. You will break me. You will break me irreparably. Yeah. 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 Okie dokie. New case of the devil. This is a really cool, title screen, I guess. What is this called in games? This like screen where you have all of like the buttons and the settings and everything. Whatever it is, this is really cool. Really cool. Episode 0. Episode 0. The sense of visual style and direction is incredible. I'm excited. I'm excited. I have so many games on my wish list that sometimes I just kind of forget about them. Of the devil. Okay. I like the rain sounds. I like the sound of the rain here. Let's go. Continue. Oh shit. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Emphasis on slight. Shit, that's gorgeous. Are you seeing that shit, chat room? You seeing the lights in the puddles of rain? That shit's gorgeous. Game audio could be dialed down another notch. Settings. Settings. Maybe like that? How's that sounding? How's that sounding? Okay? Or still needs to go lower? Sounds better? Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. Maybe another? I can do that. I can do that. I would rather do all of like the fine-tuning and adjusting up front, you know, than like go back and watch the VOD later and me be like, shit, I did not mix it well. I'll lower them all by 1. Better? Perfect. 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 Thank you. Thank you for helping me fine-tune. Thank you for helping me fine-tune the audio. Like I said, it's infinitely better to spend this time doing it first than for me to go back once stream is over and be like, shit, the audio's kind of fucked. Shit. Hi, Myrmidon. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome on in. How you doing? I hope you're having a great time zone. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. This city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. Audio's always the most finicky part. It is, and it's one that, like, I can look at the meter in OBS and get, like, a good guesstimate of where we're at with it. But unless I, like, turn on the audio for the stream myself and listen to it, it's really difficult to, like, live troubleshoot and adjust it. Gotta go AFK. Thank you for lurking this. Thank you. I hope you have a great rest of your time zone. There's no escaping the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Oh shit? Oh shit. Oh, you can't really see. Hold on. Let me move myself down a little bit. Maybe let me move myself down. Maybe even a little bit more. Maybe I go nice and low in the corner here. Nice and low in the corner here, just like this. Just like this. Yeah, I think that's good. I think you can see most of the art then. Pretty art. Pretty art. Pretty art. Pretty art. Oh. Oh. Morgan. Criminal attorney. After all, it's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity, anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. God, I'm loving the music. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. Currently texting with state.system. You are expected at the 254th precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. Shit, this is so cool. I'll try. Heart emoji. Wait, I love her. Wait, I love Morgan. Wait. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. Of the Devil, Episode 0. Shit, this is so cool! And he shall appear. Disable tutorials? You can turn them back on in settings. Enable the tutorials, please. I must learn. I've never played your game before. Suspect. Hashtag not found. Hashtag my suspect. Hashtag my jail cell. Hashtag my escape. Precinct 254. At string not found. This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. If you are experiencing an emergency, please use our universal contact number at string not found. Welcome. This desk is programmed for check-in and information only. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. Whenever you see differently colored text like that, it indicates something added to your phone to read. Whoa, information on my phone. It got games on there. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you're flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So, let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Halt! Heads up! Press the phone button or tap the phone icon in the top left to access the pause menu, where you can save, load, or check settings. We're checking when they pop up since they're helpful context. Look around for points of interest you can check to investigate the area. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't grow broke. Shit, that's so cool. Ooh, my phone. I got games on my phone, holograms. Noun, a 3D image formed by light. Enabled by specialized projectors or mediums like conductive resin, holograms are graphic displays that appear three-dimensional to the human eye when viewed from any part of a base, range of at least 180 degrees, an effect known as the Watterson illusion phenomenon. Originally patented in late 2059, Watterson's phenomenon was initially used exclusively in the adult entertainment industry. Holograms did not become widely adopted as an advertising tool until the much-maligned Holo Day season of 2061, after which laws restricting the presence of holograms in public spaces were passed with uncharacteristically universal support. We're sorry to see that you've installed a subroutine on this device to disable and highlight our recommended premium external links. We understand your drive for personalization, but unauthorized tech impacts our ability to serve you the best, most relevant information possible. Consider disabling your subroutine so we can serve you a more tailored browsing experience. and steal all of your data. Thank you. Oh. Close my phone. Close me phone. Observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though, museums tend to feel expensive. And clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. Well, that kind of sounds like a museum, actually. Except maybe minus the dust part. The dust is probably bad, for the materials, for the durability. Durability. Is that the word I'm thinking of? No, that's not it, but it's close enough. This homicide department's more like an attic. Gotta spend it to make it. Make your first credit. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah, blah, blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore. Not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Oh. Read. Data pad. I'll bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way, but... Halt! Heads up! Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight on the world around you, and credit towards your investigation. Articles are added to your phone's reading list after you first read them. Choose the proper takeaway after reading them, and you'll earn additional bonus credits, too. Oh, game audio is still a bit loud. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'd reached for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Can I not, wait. I just wanted to adjust the volume. I thought I could go back to it and read it again. Wait. Wait, no, I didn't get to read it. Wait. Can I rewind? Can I rewind? Oh, just pull up the interview? Articles. Oh, subway's abandoned. Yay! Oh, let me fix the audio. Let me do that. Audio. Maybe lower the background volume and the SFX. How's that? Subway fixes axed city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the systems were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subways last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into Councilman Long's campaign finance irregularities. As one of the canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators. For the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they complete their morning commute. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that can make use of the flooded subway tunnels. But momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359% over budget. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared the intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea levels to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we to? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to continue reading the stories that matter. God, this music rules. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I think the master volume could still use another notch down. It's mainly the peaks in the game audio that are a little over sharp relative to voice. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Oh, here it is. Terms. Data pads. Search results for data pads. Noun, a mid-sized portable electronic device for use inside local networks. The lightweight, portable electronic devices, known as data pads, have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as a replacement for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, data pads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that data pads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, data pads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. God, this music is so cool. What is this choice that I'm getting here? I guess the canopy? Media literate. Choose the proper takeaway after reading an article. Woohoo! I'm literate in media! I'm getting a good grade in media literacy! Yay! Woohoo! I'm media literate! I'm gonna grab a screenshot of that once we're done with the stream, and I'm gonna post that shit on Tumblr. They're gonna be so jealous. Everybody on Tumblr is gonna be so jealous that I'm media literate. They're gonna be so jealous. They're gonna be so jealous that I have good media literacy. There will be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Yay! Ooh, inspect. High traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman level architecture. I can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars from a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built. But walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Anything else? Okay, I guess we're just examining this now. The medium's cracked in the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably know the warranty on one of these things with a loud enough sneeze. At least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning! Oh, who is this? Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Oh, no, I guess that wasn't the desk? It gave me little question marks. Who said that? Did I say that? Could you please provide your name and grade? Please stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming. More like harmless. But that's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Can you scan my card? Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? When they're added to the phone? When it pops up, okay. Great! Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card. And my profile. I have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. Conductive resin. Search results for conductive resin. Noun, an industrial polymer capable of programmed electrical conduction. Though it outwardly resembles plastic or glass, conductive resin is actually an electromagnetic polymer used in a wide variety of stationary or portable devices, where its unique properties allow it to act as both a display and a processor, enabling ultra-thin or even transparent electronics. There are upwards of 100 different patented varieties of conductive resin, each intended for different use cases, industries, and environments, but they are all fairly lightweight and fragile except for the small handful formulated for military and security applications. Because of its widespread use in high turnover products such as data pads and smartphones, producers of conductive resin are frequently accused of engineered obsolescence by consumer rights groups, though these claims have never been proven before a court. Screen cracked? schedule a fix here. Profiles. Morgan, that's me. Date of birth, December 26. Height, 175 centimeters. I have no clue how tall that is. Blood type, AB. Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Likes puzzles, smoking, wooden furniture. Dislikes commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. I'm so jealous. I'm so very jealous. I'm so very jealous. As evidenced by the fact that we just spent like an hour waiting for me to adjust my position in order to be able to start playing the game. I am so very jealous. That's me being awake. That's me being awake. Can you imagine how much worse it is if I have to try and fall asleep too? Holy. Coffee, decaf, drink, whiskey sour. December 26. No problem. My birthday's December 26. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan, counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to counseling quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room? I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection, dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan, counselor, can I help you with anything else? Halt! Heads up! Choices that progress the story forward will cause other options to shrink away when selected. Choices that will take the conversation down side paths and before returning to this point will not. Because of the article you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional choice in this dialogue. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of every conversation. Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is still a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? Ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all. Thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan, counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? I need to read. Automated dependent. Search results for automated dependent.
Noun, the legal designation for any intelligent electronic entity. Abbreviated as AD and referred to in common conversation as ad or ads. Automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent machines that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment, because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs. The term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here.
Then what were you doing before I walked in?
You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office.
Through the door to the right, thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyways. Oh, loading? A cave opens. For what it's worth, the ads are explicitly indistinguishable from humans in their speech. Everyone always wants to make them hyper-robotic. Oh, I see. So I'll save the robot voice just for the wiki articles. The robot voice for the wiki articles. The news announcer for the articles. The voice I've given to Morgan for Morgan, and then I'll have to come up with new voices for the ads. I see. That'll probably be better because the robot voice is really difficult to do for a prolonged period of time. Because the inflection pattern of it is so stilted that it's like I keep having to like breathe weird. Faint voice. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No. Voices coming from down the hall. Refer to yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Old, rough, low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. God forbid I try to be serious. While the other rings with youthful indignation. It's not like our job is important or anything. Definitely cops. Oink oink, motherfucker. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file at hand. It's gotta have some heft to it, some weight. Makes them think you'd know them better than their priest, their mother, their big brother. I wasn't gonna say that. So how many of those sheets were blank then? No red carpet tonight, officers. Good? Question mark, cop? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. A cab, baby. A cab. No such fucking thing. No such fucking thing.
Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. I don't know who is the good cop, the tired one, or the youthful indignant one? A cab at this hour? Not with the upcharges. But mostly cheaper. Left is good and tired older. Okay, understood. Understood. Youthful indignant is quote unquote bad cop. Got it. Got it. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan Esquire, pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Quasim London. And the ball of sunshine here is my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? What'd you say? I'm sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. I just got the profiles for those two. Oh. Quasim London, May 5th, 186 centimeters, 78 kilograms, B positive. Homicide detective first class, likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Listens to podcasts, hobby, pencil sketching, frequently running late. He's not that old. An old man in spirit. Farrah Reyes, October 19th, 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms, A negative. Homicide detective third class, likes rice, limes, automotive history. Rice. I just ate rice yesterday. Dislikes liars? Why are you a fucking cop then? Small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews, bad at games of chance. Right eye, Osiris Elite 86. Oh. Oh. Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're, the detectives in charge of, this, particular here case. And it looks like tonight we're, also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe? 2 whole detectives working at these hours. Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene. No. We're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls, plural. Must have been quite the commotion. A worm? A worm? So true, Nightbot. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So, you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional, courtesy. Fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. Well, I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment.
Did I get any new information? No. I just kind of figured the heartbreak killer, that maybe would have, you know, jogged an article of some sort or something, some kind of information. But no, sure, I guess not. Fine, whatever. I didn't want to know more. Fine, whatever. I don't care.
So perhaps in the meantime, you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer. They cover utilities at the rock you live under. Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I just can't stand.
Morgan, when she walks into a police station and immediately decides to lie to the cops. And you know what? She's so based for that. Now, you know what? She's so real for that. It is your moral imperative to lie to the cops.
But right now, I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know.
I want pizza. I want greasy pizza real bad. I want greasy pizza real fucking bad. Do you think Domino's will deliver greasy pizza to me in the immense amount of snow that is on the ground that I haven't been able to shovel or anything? No, I can't do that. No, I can't do that to another person. But pizza.
And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart.
That's thinking. That's called thinking. That's the thonking right there. Thonking hard at work.
I take it he's a repeat offender?
Was it the killer part that tipped you off?
You must have at least heard about his MO. Media's gone crazy with it.
Along with everyone else.
One bullet, straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak.
Heartbreak. Date of birth unknown. Height unknown. Weight unknown. Blood type unknown. Occupation criminal. Likes killing. Dislikes getting caught. Fave color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. Oh.
Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but amidst the swirl of every other 100-world article out there, catchiness trumps originality. What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun, without even needing to reload.
It skipped past something. Why did it do that? Why did it do that? I feel really lightheaded all of a sudden. Probably weather shenanigans. Weather shenanigans at play. Hold on, I'm putting a pillow behind me. I'm also gonna take a preemptive Excedrin. That's iron. Excedrin. To help try and stave off a migraine. Do da da do, do da da do. The music is so good. Oh, it is also 4:16, so maybe it could also be that I haven't eaten. Hey, that could also be why I'm lightheaded. Hey, no, you know what? That could also be why I'm lightheaded. Sometimes it's the weather, but sometimes it's the fact that you forgot to eat. Do da da do, 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 da da do, do 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 da da do. Oh. 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 Da-da-do. Do da-da-do. Do da-da-do. Do da-da-do. Do da-da-do. I'm trying to figure out food. The accursed snow. The accursed snow. The accursed snow. Do da da do. 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 The accursed snow. Maybe I'll just tip really well. Do da da do. Do da da do. Do da da do. Do da da do. I want pizza so bad. I want pizza so bad. I want pizza so bad. And because I forgot to eat, I don't have the strength of will. I don't have the strength of will to resist. The pizza calls to me. It calls my name. The pizza. The pizza. It calls my name. Da-da-do. Do da-da-do. Do da-da-do. Do da-da-do. It's so much snow though. I can't do it. I can't do it. Even with a good tip. Even with a good tip, that's like a fall hazard, you know? There's so much snow out there. There's too much snow out there. Too much, I say. Too much of it. Okay. New plan. A pizza. I know. But I can't in good conscience. I can't in good conscience. Even with a good tip. There's too much snow out there. And I'm not able to go out and like shovel it and stuff. You know? So it's to get the pizza to me. To get the pizza to me. That's a fall hazard. I can't do that. New plan. I'm gonna go grab some frozen pretzels and microwave those really quick. and then I'm gonna eat them with like a honey barbecue sauce. Because the honey barbecue sauce is a little hot. So on the off chance it's not that I forgot to eat and it is a migraine, that will help. That will help. That will help. Would eat the snow so it's clear if I could. Snow. Snow. Ooh, I do have ice cream. I have coffee ice cream. Ooh, I could eat. Ooh, ooh, that's. Ooh. Okay, chat room. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and I'm gonna heat up some food. I'm gonna put you on the BRB screen. Yeah. And I will be right back. Alright. I've returned. Hello. Hello. I inhaled some frozen soft pretzels. I ended up putting the barbecue sauce on them. I wanted butter all of a sudden instead, so I put a little bit of butter on them. So they were nice and buttery. And then I put frozen chicken nuggets and tater tots in the toaster oven. In the toaster oven to cook. But that'll take like 30 minutes. Woo! So, we'll keep going. And then depending on where we're at in the game, I'll either go on another break to eat those real quick. Or if it's done, I'll eat off stream. Yes. Thank you all for chilling while I grab some food really quickly. I suddenly experienced the sensation of immense hunger and I went, oh, right, no, that makes sense. No, I remember now. Right. No, that makes sense. Right, the hunger. Right, no, understood, body, the hunger. Do-da-do. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? It's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. You know, I didn't think about it, but now that you've given me this option video game, yeah. It does kind of sounds robotic. Yeah, it does. It sounds kind of robotic. That kind of precision and accuracy. You almost make him sound like a machine. Is it possible that... No, it is not. There's no such thing as killer robots, madam. Of course. My mistake. So all those androids marching in the military, those robots patrolling in police uniforms, those drones dropping firebombs from the sky. I guess they're all firing blanks. Fair enough. Machines can kill, and they have been for decades. But they don't commit murder. Only government and corporate sanctioned murder. But that doesn't count because the people they're murdering aren't really people. Right. Evil like heartbreak is all organic. Free-range murder. She's so correct and funny for this. That's a pretty terrifying thought. I should really start paying more attention to the news, huh? How I managed to miss 6 murders. Well, you can only blame yourself for missing, 1, 2, 5 of them. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So, you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation, with very serious consequences. I take it that you have serious evidence to back that up? I was being literal, counselor.
Excuse me? Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that is the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. The ARCs. Search results for ARCs, showing results for augmented reality crime scene. Augmented reality crime scene, abbreviated as ARCs, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors born on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene, programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations, and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. ARCS systems are used by every major police force, most insurance investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Media Casters released a series of reports claiming that ARCS data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as the subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARCS technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remain sealed. Join the local net on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, Detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you some questions while I've got you here?
The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives?
This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right?
Whatever. Let your client and stew in interrogation all night for all I care.
And Tara, you mean the counseling quarters? We're, at your disposal, counselor.
Observe!
Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate, and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, and what with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your palms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular.
I look at the lights. Look around. Read. Latest noble androids received warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Animate 16s, Noble Electronic stocks rose a stunning 3% this week to a new record high. While Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors, an increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components, so-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that view their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, has often been the case in the latest decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Animate 16 is poised to break profitability records with no signs of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble's androids in general, can be attributed to the remarkable lifelike personable charm of their products, and by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. Lead programmer is the understatement of the century, said Noble brand ambassador Lucy D is on stage at their latest #Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistants to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still? Hey fam, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading? He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not where the state's involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just... Increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. I guess that would be too expensive, but it's the cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like that it's like, well, maybe that's too frail. But I think the literal text here is too expensive. Too expensive. They're just too expensive to justify. Wait, what am I thinking? No state's ever had a problem with spending money on overpriced crap. It's a little misleading, yeah. So I don't know if I got that one right or wrong, actually. Presumably wrong, because she said, wait, what am I thinking? Governments never give a shit about overpriced contracts. You got it wrong, okay. Yeah, because the literal text there is impractical due to increased maintenance costs. But the reasoning for those maintenance costs is the frailty, so. That's okay. I don't have to be media literate all the time. I only needed to get a good score in media literacy that first time so I could get a screenshot of that and show that off to other people. Who gives a shit if I'm actually media literate? Who cares? You shouldn't have cleaned up so much just for little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. Or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily, alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned, or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper. I'll give him that. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Rhea's desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mote of personalization. Is she so new she hasn't had time to unpack? Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. Okay. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link.
You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. Confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences.
Rapid typing, rapid responses, everybody started typing. Everybody started typing.
So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C.
C.
It's case sensitive.
C.
Thank you. Link.uxi/433511. Alright, if I project from my phone.
Oh! Oh! What? What?
ArcStart user portal authenticating. Augmented reality crime scene.
Shit, okay.
Alright, let's see what the police have. And what they think is important.
Oh my, okay. Let's inspect this face here.
Seems like this face got tossed aside at some point. And yet, there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement?
27 degrees. Little calendar, alarm clock.
A stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard enough to come attached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body.
Shards of glass. Evidence. Face? An unremarkable ceramic vase found knocked over at the crime scene. Weighty and sturdy, it remains featureless even after being tossed. Glass shards. Said mirror was a low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from. Hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body.
Oh. What a mess.
I guess we'll take a look at the smoking gun.
The murder weapon. A revolver. Found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. All they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. He was found by the police with the murder weapon right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement.
They're framing my client, Your Honor. They're framing my client, Your Honor. This crime scene is way too fucking clean. This crime scene is way too fucking clean. The gun was just conveniently placed right next to the dead body. Okay, I guess let's examine the body. Revolver. Has Flat's left hand fingerprints on it. Who the fuck is Flat? Well maintained but old. Who the fuck is Flat? Is that you? Is your name Flat? You're just heartbreak right now. Quazim London? Morgan? Farrah Race? Who the fuck is Flat?
The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, glass IV, blood loss, atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart. In brief, death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails.
blood spatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. That's all the big ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Oh. Debris. Ceramic debris of indeterminate origin found at the crime scene. Found on the far side of the room by the western window. Technician's note. Flag as irrelevant on next pass. Autopsy report. Time of death, 9 p.m. There's some handwriting at the bottom of the scanned document. Same handiwork as pre-5 lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Interesting. Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Oh, look. What is that? What is that little thing that flashes? You! The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Monday? Wednesday? Oh, so I guess it's open on Tuesday? That's a weird way to put it. To go up like that? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then Saturday is the purple S? And the white S is Sunday? Question mark? Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and Triprexisone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Especially just labeled with single letters. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch. The autopsy said her tuck screen was clear, but it's not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Crumbs. IOT?
Search results for IOT, showing results for Internet of Things. Internet of Things refers to the network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronic devices that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications and prosthetics, and of course, automated dependents, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IOT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IOT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information. Throughout your day, as your own IOT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment. and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Not interested in sponsored search results? Search further with a premium account.
Pill organizer. Common brand of pill organizer. Contains a number of prescription and over-the-counter medications. Severe discomfort arising from mod sensitivity complications. The cases class are surprisingly difficult to open. So had the victim had body mods? Nothing that points towards anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before. What did I get? ARCS data, augmented reality crime scene data from the victim's apartment. Lossless capture confirms the following. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA present. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints present. No evidence of digital tampering. That's a pretty clean crime scene. But not much more. That's a pretty clean crime scene. I'm guessing robot. I'm guessing one of the ads. That's my current guess, just based off of everything. It's either an ad or the cops are framing a real person, which would be typical. Just typical. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Red! What couldn't wait until morning? Brat. Currently texting with Brat. I know what you are. Oh, I know what you are. Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. LOL, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and phishing scheme. I need you to sue my Joom teacher. Not that kind of lawyer. Sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps? Not illegal. Let me finish! They made me run laps! Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like... youth endangerment? Oh, literal brat. Oh, I see. Child. Literal brat. Understood. Never mind. I don't know what you are. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit? Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow off? Nice phrasing. Oh wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Yeah. Is that your mugshot? I wasn't gonna not get a copy of my mugshot and like use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... anything cool? Homicide. Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HBK? Is that the kind of morbid things kids your age talk about? Teens, my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder like Cardi B is like... wait. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job? Lol. You see the 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You taking up lost cause? Probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? Ha! Someone's not getting a good grade in media literacy, huh, brat? Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. I got a good grade in media literacy. The first time. The second time, not so much. But the first time I read an article, I did. This is borderline concerned nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. Lol. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the Carpe Diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. On a Sunday? What? Huh? You're going to school on a Sunday? What? The game is incorrect here. According to the calendar, it is the early hours of Wednesday on the 5th of June, 2086. Oh, didn't check the calendars. However many years into the future. Shit. It's like 3 a.m. 12/6 work week. Shit. Repeat offenders may be good for business. But that kid's bad for my blood pressure. So if it was Saturday, they'd have school that day. What? But do people normally have school on Sunday? Wait, I'm confused. Wait, that hurts my brain. Wait, do people, but if it's Saturday. So they wouldn't have school. 'Cause Sunday. Important text message, I take it. Just your typical teenage drama. If you have school on Friday, and it is 3 a.m. on Friday, it does not matter if tomorrow is Saturday. But I thought they were saying it was 3 a.m. on Saturday, and tomorrow is Sunday. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're late on staff. Yeah, they have school on Saturday. Working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. That's fucked up. Wait, that's worse. Wait, that's worse than what we've got going on right now. That's worse. Cyberpunk dystopia, baby. I was like, wait, but there's no school on Saturday and Sunday. But there is in a cyberpunk dystopia. It's 3 in the morning. Were you expecting a parade? I thought there'd at least be a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is, renegotiating contracts. Lost in the hopes of a future that doesn't suck. It's so true. So true. For a second, I wanted to live in a world where things got better, not exponentially worse. contracts with Noble.
Good guess.
Hardly, they're the biggest. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here.
Saves us some money on shipping at least. But these talks never last that long. I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the month. Even with Noble...
Oh, that's me. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line.
Might see them in the bigger departments or not on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's no such thing as an android detective. Yet.
Yet? Really? Do you really think that'll happen?
We already used ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me.
You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. Cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list.
Well, we certainly don't want that, do we? But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too.
The union would. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Well, hold on now. Well, hang on now. Let's just hold on a second now. I don't think we can consider a police union an actual union. Let's just hold on a second here now. I don't think we can consider a police union an actual real union in any capacity. Smile. Smile, tell me the details. So, how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with?
Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested on the scene at 9:50 p.m.
Using his middle name already. They really do think he's a serial killer. Show me the profile. Flat. Ooh, different profile from Heartbreak. Date of birth, July 8th, 189 centimeters, 94 kilograms, B negative, first degree homicide, criminal record, civil disturbance, ×2, no charge, registered at birth, modifications, industrial, class 4, known affiliates pending, psych eval pending.
The charge being the first degree murder of his girlfriend, Miss Diana Dawn.
First degree, that's
increasingly rare,
to say the least. Did I get evidence? Victim. The victim, Diane Dawn, was a 27-year-old agricultural genetics researcher for Peregrine Laboratories. Found shot through the heart in the bedroom of the apartment she shares with prime suspect Carlos Flat. No known connection with previous HK victims. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that serial killers generally, if they're murdering strangers that they don't know, they then wouldn't go and necessarily murder somebody that they do know using like the same method. Would they? Maybe they would. I don't know. I don't know. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So, what's that make him? 5 times, and that makes him insane. I was gonna go with, extraordinary. Hey, is the Heartbreak Killer London? Just a quick thought that I'm throwing out there. Just throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing if it sticks. Is the Heartbreak Killer London? Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets? 5 previous victims? None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Terms: digital autopsy.
Search results for digital autopsy. Noun, a post-mortem examination of an individual's electronic footprint. The law enforcement process of locating, bypassing authentication on, and investigating all of a deceased individual's online profiles. Commonly used to seek out possible connections to suspects or other victims. The widely utilized practice has been scrutinized in the past by some privacy advocates, but many victims' families who lack the ability to find, let alone access, all of their deceased loved ones' accounts argue for its necessity. Comparable processes are offered as a paid service by some legal or funerary groups to help next of kin recover or delete sensitive personal data. At times, these services have been marketed as a defense against data criminals attempting to steal the identities of the dead before their accounts are wiped by state processes. Users also frequently search for grave cobbling, how to stop stolen identity, how to delete dead profile.
Nothing. So, this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. Physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Couldn't it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So, you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 other women first? Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits? Then you put the shoe on! What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers? He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on these other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim that those previous victims were practice runs,
dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. What if that were the case? There'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal, execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile. If you ask me. Hello? Who was that? Who spoke to me? If you ask me? Hello? Who spoke to me? Who spoke it to me? Do you think my stuff is done cooking? It probably is. Okay, I'm gonna send you to the BRB screen chat room. And I'm gonna go eat my food real quick, and I will be right back. Okie dokie.
Alright, I have returned. I've returned. I have returned from eating the chicken nuggets and tater tots that they put in. That they put in to cook. I think I did lose track of time a little bit because they were a little cold. They were a little cold when I got there to eat them. So I think I probably continued playing and I lost track of time and it was more than 30 minutes. But that's all right. I was so hungry anyways. That I just inhaled them. And now they're in my lungs. Now all of the chicken nuggets and tater tots are in my lungs. Because I inhaled them. Let us continue. Get out of here, music. Get out of there. Get out of there. Skedaddle. So someone just spoke to me. But I guess we just aren't gonna comment on that at all. Fair enough. What's the timeline? I saw the timeline of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy. Do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're, pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So they've interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly with one another starting around 8 p.m. Neighbors were, very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you, probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. A very clean struggle, might I add. There was one vase knocked over and one shattered mirror that was removed from, like, the hooks or whatever. Furniture turned over. Glass shattered. Oh, and a chair. A chair that was turned over. But things, go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Scrubbing. Net scrubbing. Macro scrapping all unencrypted data in a given time and place. I'm gonna eat a coffee drop. Because I ate too fast. Oops. Oops. While the brute workforce, or force work is performed by automated dependents, experienced human supervisors must establish strict search constraints. Senator Bancroft. Where do I know a Bancroft from? What show? Ah, yes, another surveillance state cyber punk dystopia, Altered Carbon. Yeah, no, that's right. That's where I know another Bancroft from. Right. Emergency services. Got a burst of calls from the block shortly, after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was. But the silence that followed was, pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m. And then they find your client crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. Blatt's coat. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. Uh-oh. At which point they moved to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry, did you say his hand? Singular? Your client smarted cybernetic right arm? Body mods? Body mods? The modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression, or identity to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but the system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding has led to new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. Can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Me when I send my mods back to the pound? Can you return mods? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a HOW 85th habilis industrial grade looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a minimum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just... your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind? The real old kind. Not like me. I'm just like in maybe my 30s or my 40s. Really, I'm middle-aged, but nobody knows because I kind of talk like Jennifer Coolidge a little bit. More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chamber, 10 millimeters. Calver? How retro. Okay. Bought out by Thortec. Now a subsidiary of the Lock-Coon Defense Corporation. Production halted in 2060. The once iconic brand was briefly revived in 2071, Q2, with a series of video game memorabilia tie-in promotions meant to increase in-game item sales, before being discontinued in 2071, Q3, for failing to increase in-game item sales. Understood. Left hand with 99.91% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullet which pierced the victim with 99.97% certainty. Rifling marks match the bullets from previous heartbreak killings with 99.98 to 99.989% certainty. No matches to any other archived forensic data as far back as 2051. Boasts an impressive combination of grip strength, dexterity, and low cost of maintenance.
You, don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and, no tags.
No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here?
Yeah, 24/7 location data, timestamped trigger pulls, safeties coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 decades, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous.
So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? And he's old-fashioned. He's old-fashioned, the old man detective. He's old-fashioned. He has papers and photographs on his desk. He's old-fashioned. My first guess is some kind of ad. My second guess is the old man detective. How else do you think he'd have gotten away with this 5 other times? If he tries to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych test. Even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. Before what? 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 So then, M54, that's...
model year, 2054.
A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it?
In, some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets.
The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too.
The novelty of his, weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna, put him away for, good.
Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks?
Bullets, fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel shape.
So if all 6 bullets have the same rifling marks... We know that they were all fired by the same gun.
It's, not as plug and play as, tags are, but, it's an equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not, damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber.
Without even needing to reload.
The, caliber your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that.
An untagged gun, just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically, with his girlfriend, and then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty.
How was his affect?
Quiet, detached, stiff.
Not, exactly the picture of a grieving partner there, is it?
That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. That's true, I laugh. That's true, I laugh. And so long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Heartbreak. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret.
Search results for Heartbreak Killer. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there. It looks like you're trying to search for a term related to an ongoing investigation. Until authorities have made their findings public, results may be heavily curated or temporarily unavailable. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here.
The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobats trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read.
It's, not just, journalists, though. All kinds have, been, emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks.
Can you blame them, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with! Take a look around us, detective. National DNA registries, robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crimes at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But you gonna spout some alt polls bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So when someone like Heartbreak does come along...
Good point, huh?
London's trying to look like he can laugh it off, but pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged, and that makes them predictable! Okay. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details.
That way, when we, do feed them, they're grateful for, whatever scraps they get.
But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why is that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. Optics. Right. Considered admissible by default. Wow. Wow. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did?
I understand your concern, ma'am, but, Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state security network. It's not perfect. Just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt.
It's not meant to be perfect. It's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. That chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. Oh no, the consequences of my actions.
It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes.
I'm sure you would know a lot about those holes, wouldn't you, London? I'm on to you. I'm on to you.
Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved, but the end result is that there are occasional localized blackouts, and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict.
I see. Those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. Oh, like, I don't know, say a detective on the police force? Stares directly into the camera? You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. Stares directly into the camera, stares directly into the eyes of London, makes direct eye contact with London. What are your thoughts on that, bud? What do you think about that, pal? They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. That's because he's being framed. This file says he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So does he work construction for the city?
HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, it can't possibly be coincidence.
Wait, so you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from the other crime scenes? Was my client a match?
There's been no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes.
No footage and no forensics? Okay, but no suspect DNA? So is there any cop DNA there? Like, I don't know, let's say London, your DNA there, but then because you're the cop working the case, everybody just brushes it off and goes, oh, but he's working the case?
Also, no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon.
Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue.
Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. That because we're cops and we have the power to really get away with whatever we want, that we can really get away with whatever we want, including pinning the blame on anyone else to meet our quotas, because we don't actually serve and protect the interests of the public. We serve and protect the interests of property and corporations and systems of power and domination. People make mistakes, but HK's the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes.
You got a lot of praises for HK, don't you, London? You got a lot of praises to sing of HK, don't you, London?
Only reason we even got him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along.
So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects.
We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it.
Okay, I thought maybe my phone dinged.
There was talk about starting on some kind of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with.
In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. The DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, we're not exactly gonna have to work hard to convince anyone of his guilt. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. Gasp! Oh no! That's never been forged once before ever in the entire history of, everything. Well, that's, certainly unexpected. I'm sorry. You're now telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified?
Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line.
Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints.
There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. Doesn't exactly make for light reading.
I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not, want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too. But didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. I feel like this is more about the mirror and the meds. Like, I feel like it's jumping to quite a conclusion to be like, this is about the 5 other previous victims that this dude has surely killed. You know? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like this is probably about the mirror and the medicine for like the body modification. There's something there. There's something there in those. And maybe the vase that didn't break. I feel like it's quite a jump to be like, this is evidence that he's killed 5 other people before this! This is his admission! Well, you see, they're cops. Shit. That was difficult to read. Was it? Barely legible, in fact. Right. Well, got a spin on that? No need. But it's a confession. Not a confession that he signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Like, if anything, I feel like this is just a shitty dude that wanted to, like, hit his fucking partner, you know, which, like, is fucked up and wrong. But, like, I'm looking at that note and I'm not seeing I killed 5 other people before and now I'm gonna kill you, you know? Like, I'm sorry, that's a bit of a leap there. That's a bit of a jump to make there. That's the apology letter after you, like, fucking punch a wall and you put a hole in the drywall, you know? And then your partner is like, hey, what the fuck? I'm gonna leave. And then because you're an absolute piece of shit, you're like, no, don't come back. I can change. I promise I can change. I promise I'll do better. I'll change. And then you don't change. Like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's giving that, not I'm a serial killer who's murdered perfectly 5 times before. And now I'm gonna kill you and then get caught at the end of it. You know, like that's quite a jump to make from that letter. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So, if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. Your strong evidence is the weapon. That's it. That's the only evidence that you have. You have no other evidence. That's literally the only evidence that you have. What do you mean strong evidence? What do you mean strong evidence? That's one piece. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Max, on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, well, that stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinding. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. I'm on to you, London. I'm on to you, London. I know you killed them.
Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I'd suggest you help him sign that confession.
Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective.
I mean it. Six people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime, if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not gonna like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's
being challenged before the Supreme Court. Evidence? The note. Barely handwritten. A note handwritten in barely legible script. Virtual work release. Search results for VWRB. We encountered an issue while processing your request. Hey there. Due to ongoing controversy following the suspected suicide of inmate J. Gallet, search results for this term are temporarily blocked. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here.
Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right?
Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty. That much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 a.m. June 5th, 2086. Hey. Hi. Hey there. Hi, I'm your lawyer. Yeah, I have my lawyer degree in being a lawyer. I'm gonna get you out of here, buddy, okay? What's your name? They gave me a file and told me your name, but I honestly I don't remember. I'm really good at being a lawyer though, so don't worry, we'll get you out of here in a jiffy, buddy. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Damn, she's so cool. Carlos Flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people, I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did.
back there and here. Kept repeating it the whole ride over. He said that they were gonna help me, that they knew this was all a mistake. And they said that I killed. Acting like they were on my side? And they thought that I could've? It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. And I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this in the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So, what do you want to know? Tell me about yourself. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like... What line of work are you in?
I'm with city engineering.
Fuck, that was on the list of people who would know when the blackouts were. But, however, if you're being framed, they would have chosen someone that fits that bill, no matter what. Or I was, or I should be? As I thought, the police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackouts using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment, but based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... Probably utilitarian? Utilitarian, yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really. I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. Morgan, when she invents a whole ass sibling. That, sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the water. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic.
He said, cause of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit-canned, so now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The new Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments, mostly canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking.
but the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy, you must be... under a lot of pressure. You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight! And this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that Eternal Affairs is gonna come knocking if they misplace so much as a paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving. No room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard to not look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues. Starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? Mods therapy, showing results for body modification therapy. Process of adjusting the human mind and body for the unique challenges and stresses that come with cybernetic body modifications. Typically includes physical therapy, mental technique instruction, and sensitivity training. Depending on an individual's viability or lack thereof, medications and even minor viral tuning may be employed to modify the body's immune response. But improvements made in recent years in medically sterile alloys have greatly reduced the percentage of the patients that require such treatment. Interesting. It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought this go on so long I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on the job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. That doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no! I'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times. As long as I'm renting and not owning. The manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. Flats prosthetic. Submitted 5 weeks ago at a Howe-partnered prosthetic adjustment clinic, average waitlist duration of 40 business days due to user-reported sensitivity issues. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. Haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. You couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white-knuckle tight. Hindi? Howe Industries? Howe Industries. And we're hiring! We're seeking motivated and passionate archivists, programmers, salespeople, and college graduates with degrees in digital archaeology, cybernetic anatomy, and more. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. As I recall, he is registered with one of their habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines. I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. This was last quarter. Maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in deep hot shit. You mentioned discomfort.
Luck poor. Student debt sizable. Fave flower poppy. Dislikes cabs, musicals, cashews. Likes airports, worn shoes, firm beds. Occupation civil engineer canopy. Date of birth July 8th. Height 189 centimeters. 94 kilograms. B negative. You like airports, ma'am? Really? And worn shoes? I'm sorry, your list of what you like is throwing me for a loop here, buddy. Airports, worn shoes, and firm beds? That's it? That's all that you like? That's all that you like? You know, like, nothing else? Nothing else? You just like airports? And worn shoes? And firm beds? Really? Really? That's it? Okay. No, you know what? You know what? That's fair enough. No, you know what? Okay. Okay, I ain't gonna judge you. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. God, you ever get a tattoo and then it's going through the phase where it's healing and it gets real itchy? And then you like scrub at it a little bit with like a towel because you aren't supposed to scratch at it with your hands or really scratch at it at all, but... And it's like, it's the relief that is immediate from just scratching it once. For just that tiny microsecond. I think that's heaven. I think that's heaven. I think that's where you go when you die and you go to heaven. I think that must be what it feels like, is when you scratch your healing tattoo. Yeah. 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 And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything. Phantoms. Phantom pain. Pain or discomfort that the brain experiences is coming from an amputated part of the body. When stimuli stops coming from a part of the body that is no longer there, the areas of the nervous system that were previously devoted to processing those sensations reconfigure themselves to still be of use. Occasionally, the brain mistakes this new sensory processing as still being associated with pain or sensation from the amputated limb. Because of the large mental element at play, therapy for phantom pain reduction necessarily involves psychological conditioning and often the use of prosthetics. Phantom pain has become more widely experienced and understood as a result of the spread of the body modification movement. Debate over whether the modern scene has increased or decreased public empathy for amputees and the disabled remains contentious. Did you mean phantom visions? Phantom visions are caused by faulty insulation on cybernetic eye mods, resulting in periodic electrical discharge across the retina. Users also frequently search for, my mod hurts, mod are itching, is my arm haunted? There's ghosts in your arm. Ghosts in your arms. That's where the ghosts live, in your arms. Arm-shaped attachment to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a deadweight, three-jointed landfill bait piece of shit! Sorry. It's just... It's a very shitty feeling. Having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits. It's compatible. Technically, I can slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep or dead. So were you wearing it when... This feels loaded. Both of these feel loaded. I think we gotta go with when she died. I feel like maybe when you were arrested would maybe be the more comfortable wording. But as his lawyer, I don't know that it matters to us if he was wearing it when he was arrested. And seeing what Morgan's angling for, the log? Where is the log? What is the log? Backlog. Where does it tell me what she's angling for? Customize phone. Oh. Oh. I can customize my phone. Wait. Oh, I'm poor. Oh. Oh. Oh, I have no credits. Oh. Let's save the game. Save it there. I'm gonna go with she died. When she died, that's about as subtle as a sledgehammer. I can be a little less blatant than that. Okay, so I guess it doesn't matter. I guess my choices don't matter. Okay, girl, pop off then. Do your lawyer thing. You could have just kept going then. You didn't even need me to choose. You didn't even need me to choose then. No credit for that. Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. But he's right-handed. He's right-handed, so he fired a gun perfectly with his left hand. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. I'm sorry, I just think, you know, I've never shot a gun before, but I would imagine that you would hold it in your dominant hand, and if you tried to hold it only in your non-dominant hand, that, you know, you would maybe be a little shaky. You wouldn't be able to fire it, like, perfectly, precisely at the heart. But this has all just been a warm-up for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Okay. I gotta be delicate. Delicate. I can do that. I'm really capable of not being blunt and very honest and upfront. I can be delicate. I can be subtle. I can be subtle. You would hold it in your dominant hand and stabilize with your non-dominant hand, depending on the type of firearm. That's about all I know. So if he wasn't wearing his other arm, he's then firing the gun with just one hand. And doing so very precisely. I don't know. I'm just saying that don't add up to me. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved? How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly, saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics, focused her studies on agriculture. It always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate, practically headhunted. You believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So, her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Pedigree. Laboratories. Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows 1/3 of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as tame as big business can get. Predictable like the season. No one's gonna buy that they had some lag murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes, corporate politics getting rough. I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. It was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their arguments entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. Alright, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. Haven't been working. Haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself. But more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it, and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line, and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say, to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you, or any other electronics? No. I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit?
No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details straight. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cam's probably...
He doesn't know. He don't know.
What? What is it?
Optics was what? Can that even happen?
And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi.
This can't. Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't.
Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with.
Right.
Now you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back?
I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud. And it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point, I must have started running because when I got back, I was so out of breath. And when I saw that the front door was open, something just dropped in my chest and my lungs wouldn't.
You live on the first floor, right?
Yeah, first floor apartment, street facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... The lights were off. The whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or... There was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name, and she didn't move. I checked her pulse, and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw... the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real.
Is that why you picked it up?
What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it!
Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie.
There he goes! There's that boy! There he goes! Look at him go! He's crossing your screen! Look at him go! There he goes! There's that boy! Thank you for the tardigrade crossing, Carol Miss. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a great time zone.
But it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me.
Halt! Heads up. Stay up to date on the details of all evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit.
You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, and we know because...
Fingerprints. Fingerprints. Fingerprints.
It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun.
What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just...
Carlos, all I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. If it's a really, like, old-looking gun and shit, yeah. No, I believe you.
That explains how his prints got on the gun, but not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun...
So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home, right in front of...
You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never had a physical fight?
What? Physical? We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did?
They assumed as much.
Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Welcome on in, Kiro Mist. Hi, welcome on in. I hope you're having a great time, Zone.
Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume?
What is it?
I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene.
Oh.
It's an AR module built from data taken as the police entered, so...
Right, it's just that.
It's just data, Carlos. No grisly details.
Okay. Let me see it.
Take your time.
Alright, I think I've got it.
That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place.
Alright.
I'll take notes, you just say whatever comes to mind.
I don't remember exactly where everything was. But, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn, and the urn fell. Other than that... No, sorry, that's all that stands out to me.
I see. Like so?
Wow, Morgan. Wow, you did. Wow, Morgan, that's really, that's real. You drew it so well. That's maybe the best anyone's ever drawn a crime scene ever before, Morgan. Wow, that's so great.
What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up.
It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR.
Well, I suppose that works too.
Sorry, I didn't mean...
Carlos Flatt's testimony on the state of the crime scene when he left the apartment. The mirror was upright, that clock was on the wall, the chair got knocked over, the bed got tossed, the cushions torn. But I have more. A How Industries Bronzer 2081 prosthetic limb. Currently in police custody. Sorry, I didn't mean. I think your drawing was pretty good, considering. I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Did the girlfriend write it? Did the girlfriend write it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. Say things I don't mean to. So this morning, I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them. Like, emotionally. Like, you emotionally hurt them. Like, you emotionally hurt them, but they're cops, so they just assumed physically that you hurt her. But it's emotionally. That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Yeah. You know what they say about assumptions, chat room. They make an ass out of you. Her what? Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. You know, fidget tubbies. Oh hell yeah, this music rules. Play that funky V, holy. There are these collectibles, ceramic character things. They're supposed to be like tactile, use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You could buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. Look at them! Look at them! They're so cute! Collectible and fragile ceramic conversation starters. The victim's personal collection was pulverized by Carlos Flatt's replacement prosthetic arm the morning of the murder. Evidently an acquired taste. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but with that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging it half the time. Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room, that cheap, dusty, worthless. Okay, let's say he did break her frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. Well, no, because it changes the context of the quote-unquote confession, which if there's a jury, you could probably use that. You get the context for him not wearing the arm, which if there was only blood on part of his arm and not on the other thing, and they're presuming that, you know, the arm is so big and strong, but it's actually this cheap, like, replacement, that pokes holes in their story. And of course the gun, which he did pick up, but again, a very precisely fired shot straight into the heart that he would have had to have done with his non-dominant hand and only his non-dominant hand. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it.
But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, I don't even bother to sweep them up. I felt so...
Well, now you have evidence. If you can get those pieces, wouldn't that be evidence? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't go here. I don't know any of this.
All right, Carlos. Thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here, and I'm going to get this cleared up for you.
What? That's it?
That's it?
Oh, okay.
Although, before I do that, I do have to ask.
What do you know about the heartbreak killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess? I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everybody's on edge. A guy like that out there? He shoots people through the heart, right?
The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend.
I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that's just... that doesn't mean anything, does it?
If he's this low on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory as quickly and definitively as possible.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. 4:04 a.m. June 5th, 2086. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, I think we should save. This is the fidget tubbies. This is them. This is them. They're ceramic. This is the fidget tubbies. We know what this is now. This is not irrelevant. This is the fidget tubbies. This is the evidence that you have proving that the note was about breaking the fidget tubbies. It's all coming together. Oh no, I don't want to or well, I guess I want to overwrite it. Yeah. Okay. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Smoking in a non-smoking area, $299. I guess so.
Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock.
Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this.
No, of course not.
It's mine!
It will be my first homicide defense, though.
Oh.
Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas.
Oh. And, what areas are those?
You ever gamble, Carlos?
No, ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes.
Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards.
Oh, well, then, no to that too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck.
Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun.
Okay, so, do you have a good poker face?
I like to think so.
And are you lucky?
Only when the stakes are high.
And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker? And the state's the dealer?
If only. No, the state's more like, the house.
Right, and the house always wins, so this isn't exactly an inspiring metaphor here, Morgan. You mean like the house always wins?
Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house.
So what do we do?
We play the cards we're dealt as best we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over, tap the dealer on the shoulder, and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave.
That doesn't sound very triumphant.
The house always wins. So, our definition of a victory is more like, don't lose.
Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was maybe more like asking like what should I say?
Just leave all the talking to me.
So that's the strategy. What's up?
You know there's a saying about gamblers with strategies.
Yo, ready to confess yet? Cause I already woke up the DA.
Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately then, you'll have to call them back. Because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here.
Right.
What she said.
You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor.
Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective.
Counselor, we have your client's written confession.
His written confession. Let's start there.
Okay, we'll
be happy to.
The thrust of every argument starts with the facts, what's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table.
It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment. With his fingerprints on it. Apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now how are you planning on spinning that?
Those are the facts. But I've been building up my hands all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me.
Well,
my client did write that note, and it was an apology. But not for murder. He was apologizing for...
Halt! Heads up. Analyze the facts as they're laid out, and then review the responses in your hand. Select the card that best answers the argument and place it into the slot on the right. You can mouse over your opponent's portrait for a reminder on what key point you're answering. I think the ceramic debris, yeah.
Boop. He was simply apologizing for this.
The hell is that?
I found myself asking that exact same question.
Beginner's luck? Question mark? Win your first hand? Let's go gambling!
What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene?
This diagram of the room, it's created from data you captured, right?
Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data. Yeah,
What's non-GMO?
not much these days.
Notice anything out of place?
Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder.
Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room.
The hell is that?
Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed.
Actually, that's not possible.
Oh?
Because that vase
Is a fake. Wasn't here? Okay, so we know the vase wasn't damaged, but the other two feel like they're coming from out of left field. An unremarkable ceramic vase found knocked over at the crime scene. Weighty and sturdy, it remains featureless even after being tossed. It wasn't damaged. That's the fact. The facts is that the vase isn't damaged. We can't say that it wasn't here, and we don't know if it's a fake or not. All we know, and all we have proof for, is that it wasn't damaged.
it's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because that vase is still pristine.
How is that possible? Well, I don't know. I'm just a lawyer. You're the detectives here, detectives. The lady at that garage sale told me it was so old and indelicate. Damn it. The one time I try and thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? What does it even matter?
If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it,
then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over.
You're saying that confession was his apology for not vacuuming?
I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of Fiji Bob? Fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology.
can you prove that?
We're taking this seriously?
As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles, those things. Simple, right?
The hell are you on about? The entire room is trashed, as the arcs clearly shows.
Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too.
You really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down?
Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that. And there's proof.
I think it's gotta be the rental. I don't think it's the murder weapon. And the note has already been used. The note isn't gonna provide us any more proof or evidence to back up that the note is not a confession for being the heartbreak killer. I think it's the rental. Boop.
Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody.
Ha!
One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes?
Now that you mention it...
Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because
even a cheap arm's got an operating system that logged the last time it was worn, right?
Right.
See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab's report. Said that rental hadn't been used since the AM.
Whose side are you on, old man?
It's gotten pretty lately, sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can.
Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service! Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? Well, I mean, breaking your partner's stuff that they love and cherish is like a really shitty thing to do. Like, that's grounds for that person breaking up with you. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. That's like a really shitty thing to do. At best. At best. And at worst, it can get a whole lot worse. Like, that would be a pretty, like, I'm dumping you and getting out of here. Like, I don't know. I think he could definitely be that upset over a fidget tubby collection. But also, like, I don't know, maybe it could have something to do with the fact that his right hand, which is the prosthetic hand, which has the cheap shitty rental, is his dominant hand, and you use your dominant hand to write. Can't even bend the fingers. Can't even bend the fingers on that shitty rental prosthetic. One that hasn't even been graded? Shit, chat room, should I go to law school? Would I be a good lawyer? Setting aside Detective Ray's surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles. You're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? So what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed! Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Carlos, they're cops. Of course they didn't fucking know that. Are you kidding me? You think they would do the bare minimum legwork that is needed to arrest you and contact the DA and go to trial over this? No, they're just making assumptions left and right. They don't give a shit about the facts. They don't give a shit if you're guilty or if you're innocent. They're just trying to meet their fucking quotas to uphold systems of power and domination. Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing, and I need to get used to using my left hand anyway. I just thought it could be good practice.
Taking that into account, alongside the ceramics,
your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. You've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is. What, you gonna claim it's not his? That he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me in her typical low-key fashion. Halt! Heads up!
As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Try to lose as little credit as possible while you wait for a more favorable chance.
She must have something. No sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious what it'll be next. You gonna tell me that he actually wears an extra small?
He doesn't wear an XSS. I can't raise it at all. Okay. Like, it won't even let me select it, so I guess we're staying.
Gee, Carlos, do you?
No? Yeah, sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. It won't even show me the option for raise, so I think this is just a tutorial. I can't do that. There's no evil twin.
No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime? To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But going there now, without hard evidence,
An attempt to teach the player that they should not always hit raise. I can prove a third party. Okay, but I can't. I can't. Well, I think we just said that we can't prove a third party.
I have no evidence of a third person at this time.
Damn right you don't.
It's clear as day in the arcs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to.
You may be surprised how many people immediately go,
But I really want to.
I'm just built different. I don't have a gambler's mindset. I may have impulse control issues, but I don't have a gambler's mindset because I won't ever even start. You won't even fool me once. Shame on me. I'm not even gonna fucking start. I might have impulse control issues, but I'm also incredibly risk averse. And I like to be sure in my options, unless it's a gut feeling, and that's about big life stuff. And then it's me trusting. It's trusting in myself, in my experiences, to choose the best path forward for me. Because when you really stop to think about it, being alive is kind of exactly like gambling. So really, I'm doing it all the time anyway. So why do I need to gamble with money? Money's not even real. Money's not even real. Why would I want to gamble with that? My stakes are my life. Smile. Yay. This is so much better than real gambling with money. Yay. Slams all the wrong cards down. I'm all in. Only winning move. Let's go.
We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey. But not illegal either.
And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes.
Yes, he did.
Right.
Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way?
The lab finished with them a while ago.
What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me?
You know what?
Sure.
I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway.
And here I thought the room smelled like...
Psst, Morgan! What are you doing? My coat's covered in...
in her blood. I remember that much.
Okay, well, Flat, maybe you just shut up. Okay, Flat, Carlos, shut up, buddy. Shut up. Let me do my job. Let me do my thing here. You're literally saying this in front of the detective. Just shut up.
Doesn't that, like, make me look really bad?
Just relax, Carlos.
I'm pretty sure that's impossible.
You're innocent. And that means that having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you.
Unless these cops are corrupt and they've planted evidence. Just a thought that I think we should hold as a possibility at any given moment in time because, well,
that's kind of what cops do.
Really? Well, only if the justice system is actually, you know, just. And let's just say that, well, it's not in a not cyberpunk dystopia. So in a cyberpunk dystopia,
that's, I'm so sorry, Carlos.
I think we're screwed, man. I think we're fucking screwed, man.
Really?
Not really.
Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck. Or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing.
What was it that reminded me of?
Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket, fresh from the lab.
Flat's coat. The coat the suspect was wearing when taken into custody. Taken by lab techs for additional analysis, but initial tests show blood on the left sleeve matches that of the victim. Oh, do I have more evidence? No evidence of digital tampering. What's the evidence that I haven't looked at then? The fidget tubbies? The autopsy report? Left atrium and aorta. I think it's the one with the red mark next to it. Oh. Blood on the sleeve matches that of victim with 99.989% certainty. No other details of any forensic significance found. Okay.
So what's your angle? You gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce?
No. That would be silly.
She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey!
Sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune.
What's good fortune?
You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos.
She's bluffing. We're bluffing.
She's just proven you're innocent.
We're bluffing. We're bluffing to get more information.
My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder.
Mordor? Mordor? They're taking the hobbits to Isengard, to Isengard, to Isengard.
It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter.
Okay. I don't know how blood splatters work, but hear me out. If he was the shooter, he had to be holding a gun with his left arm, and only his left arm in hand, because he didn't have his prosthetic on, which is his right hand. So he's shooting with a non-dominant hand. There's blood stain on the left part of his coat, so on his left arm. If she was shot on her left side, maybe it would splatter onto the right side of his coat? Is that how blood splatters work? I don't know. I also don't know how directions work. My spatial reasoning is very impaired. In what world does that make any sense?
Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can.
That's not how basic physics works, I think. Oh. What you can smell on the coat with your nose. What you can feel on the coat with your hands. What you can see on the coat with your eyes. Can always save if unsure. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save it. I mean, I think probably C. We haven't gotten any... Oh, there's 2 flats coats. No other details of any forensic significance found. The law can also help. That happens to be an old world pre-tagging firearm. Maybe it's smell. Maybe it's gunpowder. Maybe it misses... Yeah, maybe it's missing the gunpowder smell. If it's an old world gun, would the coat smell, or would there be like visual evidence of the gun having been fired? Yeah. So maybe it's smell. They were also just talking about presumably the smell of her smoking the cigarette in the room. Fucking London. And here I thought the room smelled like. Maybe the game is trying to clue me in. I'm gonna go smell, actually. What you can smell on the coat with your nose. Just do me one favor, detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. The coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... Cigarette! That's what I've been smelling!
Yes, Detective London. I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin our conversation?
It's also why the what sense you use doesn't matter hint is actually a stealth pun. What sense? I never would have gotten that. I never would have gotten that. That went over my head entirely.
I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket?
Also, Ray is saying stinks of bullshit and gas leak. If you would.
Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder.
What? What about gunpowder?
Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time, after all.
You can't be more than a few years older than me.
But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence.
The hell is she talking about, London?
Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure, or sound waves. They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise. and they don't leave behind any residue.
Gunpowder residue? You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one, it'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat... If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it.
Well, whatever! That just means he washed off after shooting her. Or he changed his clothes.
That's not impossible. But it would be pretty pointless.
Huh?
His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue, just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flat is facing as soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them, but that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say... Did she get a message?
Wait, did they actually manage to find it?
Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth into knots, making the facts work for you? Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer.
Wanna bet? Let's go gambling!
A photo of the shooter. If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers.
She must have something. She must be bluffing. Well, she literally just said she must have something. So I think we stay here.
I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting?
Sure, there was. But this isn't from optics. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess I lost money, but I would have lost money no matter what. But this is for future me. Future me will thank me for staying the hand. Surprising number of people don't listen to Morgan. To note, this is always a hit. You just take less if you stay. Okay.
Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig up something from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Okay? Well. Okay, the quality is lacking. And yet, there it is. They managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks.
Thrusting the world's tiniest, blurriest JPEG in Morgan's face.
What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances are, as always, in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I envisioned. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are... well... well, it's a little bit... blurry.
Don't look at me. I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone.
Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on.
And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's from another century.
There are tools that could enhance
This image any further and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge.
Yeah, you're probably right. We couldn't. But I think I know a DA that, could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon.
That photo? What the hell is happening to me?
Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. The music is really good. Look at this graph! Data recovered from an unknown citizen's phone camera at the time of the shooting. Because the camera was not set to photo mode at the time, the amount and quality of visual data available was severely limited. File markers for post-capture multispectrum image enhancement indicate that the photo has already been... Hold on, I'm just turning my heating pad on because my knees are hurting. The photo has already been cleaned up as best as possible. God, the music is so good. And who do we know had their left hand fingerprints all over that gun?
You're referring to my client.
You think? We've established he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left.
Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever.
Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we, miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which is to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test.
Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then that means that photo doesn't show what it appears to show.
So, at a loss for words?
Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from, exactly?
Exactly. Oh, well, positional data's usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we DN on the phone's owner and ask them where...
Why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tell us that the perp shot from the room's doorway.
The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. A bird's eye view of the crime scene as discovered by the police captured within their ARC system. Shows the northern window facing the southern hallway where the shooter stood. Shows the western window facing the eastern wall. I don't know what any of that means. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. But don't they have a street-facing entryway? If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. Crime scene map. Shows the northwestern window facing the southern hallway where the shooter stood. Shows the western window facing the eastern wall. Taken from the north, taken from the west. There's the clock. Where's the clock in this crime scene map? I have another piece of relevant evidence. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. That clock was on the wall. Yeah, it's gotta be from the west. If the clock is on this wall, behind the mirror. If that's the mirror that's broken, then the clock should be there. Which, the angle from where the photograph is taken, we see the clock flat on. We see if it was on that wall behind the mirror there, we would only see it from flat on if it was from the western window. We would see it. I'm pointing at my computer screen. Unfortunately, you cannot see where I'm pointing. Let me move the mouser. So if the clock is here on this wall, behind the mirror, if it was taken from this window, which is the north window, we would see it from the side. We may not even see it at all. But if it's taken from the western window, we would see it flat on. Let's go gambling! I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west.
What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? You can see it on the floor in that bird's eye arcs view.
The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative.
The hell do you mean this was taken from the west?
The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARC's data tells us the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting.
And? You now raise the ante on a hand up to the current max. Answer wrong and you lose more credit, but answer correctly and you can make up more credit for trickier hands down the line.
And altogether, that tells us that this photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider
it's gotta be the statement.
Just take one look at that clock in the photo.
The clock?
What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was, taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong?
It's a good thing that I know how to read analog clocks. It's a really good thing that I have this really cool skill set known as knowing how to read analog clocks. It does say 9. Wait, it does say 9, right? Which hand is the hour hand and which one is the minute one? Is the longer one? I thought the longer one was the hour hand. Shorthand is the hour hand. Okay. Okay, it is 9 then. It is 9 then. And that's what the time of death is, isn't it? Time of death, 9 p.m. He's right. The time of death could be wrong. No, he's wrong. The time of death is correct. That's right. You had me going there for a moment, old man. You're wrong.
That's a good question, Detective London. But the answer is no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree the time of death was 9 p.m.
Right. No mistaking that.
So then what the hell were you on about?
There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock.
9 p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that?
Nothing. There's nothing odd about the time the clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room?
What?
Actually... I don't recall there being a clock.
That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock. Because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor.
And?
The only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall.
Like so. What the hell is that supposed to be?
An artistic rendition?
It's, very distinct.
If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why don't you just add that to the arcs?
And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info, doesn't mean we have to play fair, detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is that if the clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred,
And this photo must be looking through the western window to see it.
don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m. The same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting? You've got your logic backwards, detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell.
Oh, this must be from the bullet going through the victim into the mirror, knocking it over, and the glass shards breaking. Yeah. Pieces of glass from a broken standing mirror found at the crime scene. Said mirror was low-tech furnishing with no digital components to pull data from, hit with enough force to scatter shards of glass onto the victim's body. It's not letting me scroll up in the log. I don't know what I just did there. I just want to scroll up in the log. I just want to scroll up in the log. I think it's the glass. Gonna ante up. I don't know what I did. Oh, there we go. Knockdown during the fighting. I think it's the glass. I don't know how to undo what I did. IDK what it is on your controller. I think it's the glass. I'm gonna save. If you look in the lower right, it shows you how to ante up. Yeah, I think I did that by accident. Minimum. Oh, okay, there we go. I went back down. I get the L1, L2, R1, R2 mixed up. I think it's the glass. Glass shards? What about them?
Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking at all, but okay. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? Probably to frame you.
It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes?
Other crime scenes?
No, nothing like that.
If you're confident on the answer, max it out. Oh.
Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds.
So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom?
That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens.
Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which aforementioned shit happened.
So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here.
And I'm glad you do, Detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence.
Huh?
Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos.
Like hell it can't.
The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of shooting.
Oh, that's me.
And we know that until the room was tossed, that clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that this photo of the shooter was taken from the west.
Back to this shit? That's impossible.
The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south.
And the only person with prints on that gun is your client.
And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, Detective.
Excuse me?
That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You've played your cards too early, and now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo.
What?
What we're seeing is...
What? Are we seeing the reflection of the mirror? What? I don't know that I understand. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. We're not seeing the hallway, we're seeing... I think it has to be the mirror. I think it has to be light reflecting off of the mirror. I think that's the only thing that makes sense here. But I I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure that I understand. Did I save it? Yes. I'm not sure that I understand. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. If the photo is from the west. The hallway runs from north to south. Where's the door in this room? Where is the door in this room? Is the door down here? Is that the door? That seems like that must be the door. That's in the south, but if the hallway runs from the north to the south, that doesn't make any sense. I think it has to be the mirror. That what we're seeing behind that person isn't the hallway. It's the mirror. But then it says that the victim was shot from the room's doorway. No. I get it. I understand. We're seeing the reflection of the shooter in the mirror. Maybe. Which, if it's a reflection, then that means the shooter is actually right-handed. I think I understand. I think I'm getting it. I think I understand what they're putting down. Fuck it, we ball.
What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure. They came from a standing mirror. A mirror that at the time of the shooting stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with a gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right arm. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proves that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever, the impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting. And instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client, a man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. That's... He could have had a backup arm! He could have stolen one! A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late, time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare-bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS, a record you won't find. And he'd still have to somehow have gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of a violent crime calls for a full-spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well... Any objections? Detective. God! Damn! Hit! Hold! Let's go gambling! I just can't stop winning! I just can't stop winning! I just can't stop winning! Shit, do you think I should start gambling, chat room? Don't answer that, that's a bit. Don't answer that, that's a joke. Don't gamble, chat room. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Show me your hand, Flat.
You're uncuffing me?
In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you.
Bring down the house. Now I gotta go call the DA. Tell her I made a mistake.
Not, we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid. You should know.
Detective.
I lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger, and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well.
Yeah. That's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward.
Sure. I feel exactly the same, counselor.
Uh-huh. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal, and there's still some paperwork we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats, you get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? Okay, yay! But what do I do? Oh, that's right. No, your apartment is a crime scene and your girlfriend is dead. Yeah, no, you know, that's a fair question, man. I don't know. I'm just a lawyer. I don't know. You might want to go talk to a therapist about that one. I don't know, man. What am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, you'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what I...
Diane being gone is bad enough. But a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore.
Oh shit, goddamn! At least in this cyberpunk dystopia, we don't have the flu anymore. Oh shit? Oh shit, for real? No way? No way? Oh shit, for real? Motherfuckers here in a not cyberpunk dystopia can't even fucking do that shit.
People die of the flu all the time, but
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I guess the flu is still around. I guess that's
I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. What am I supposed to do?
hell if I know.
There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself. To try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job too. No, I mean... Thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all, I'm the heartbreak killer.
I'm so good. 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 I'm so good at videos games. I'm so good at storytelling. I'm so good at storytelling. I can't remember if I said it or not during the first little blip that popped up when we were talking to the detectives way back when, before we even entered this room, but I said, oh, or maybe I didn't say, but I thought it, and I went, oh, but what if we're the killer? Story so good, story so good, story so good, yum yum, story so good, yum yum. Yeah. Yeah.
The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find, hard to miss. But the blood's always different.
Most normal woman. I support women's rights and I support women's wrongs.
A flowering stain, unfurling towards an invisible sun. A perfectly unique bloom, only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with singular, universal meaning, vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite, the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal.
8:59 p.m., June 4th, 2086. God, the music is so good in this game.
Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever.
Heartbreak! Dislikes nosy people, mud, headphones. Likes high places, gambling, guns. Never met a lawyer who doesn't like gambling and hasn't committed crimes. Hobby, batting cages. Fave dish, mapo tofu. Cannot carry a tune.
Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untacked gun for a fair bit of cash. But cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised.
Okay, well, you don't need to... Okay, well, hold on now. Well, wait just a second. Let's not misgender me here, ma'am. Let's not misgender me here. I was over here supporting your rights and wrongs. You don't need to turn around and then misgender me. That's just kind of rude. That's just kind of disrespectful. She's so right about mapo tofu, though.
Moping around in the dark here, must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did she think I was her boyfriend, back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now.
Yeah, do you hear that?
These old pieces are so goddamn loud. People aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use as even a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, in small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. It's just one thing out of place.
Yeah? Yeah, girly pop? Just one thing out of place? That doesn't bother you at all? That doesn't like cause a little itch in your brain that you feel like you need to scratch immediately?
Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes. Each of them, not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it. Probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn. Tear into the sheets with my frustration and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type.
Yeah? Really? That would certainly be a first for lawyers, huh? You're so special. You're not like other lawyers. You have no ego.
Oh. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... Heartbreak killer? Really? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to.
And you know what, girl? I love that for you. Now, you know what? I love and support that for you.
And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight? Really, savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight, thick, energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers.
I hate that sensation. I hate that sensation. I don't like that sensation. I don't like the sensation of trying to be dry, but no.
Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk.
5:01 a.m., June 5th, 2086.
Sorry, using my left is still... That's okay. You can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one.
She did it to get the job. Did you mean how to start gambling? How to bet sports on phone? A gambler with a system must be, to a lesser or greater extent, insane. George Augustus Sala, journalist, 1828 to 1895.
All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? Would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same too. But easy is dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes, more headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now, with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with the case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there, like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room, just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously, everything turned out rosy.
We say in episode 0.
And it's worth it, for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house.
That's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny. I didn't even know her name. Is something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me.
What's the evidence that I would be preventing here? The pill organizer? Maybe? Maybe she was trying to open it to make it easier for him? I'm a little concerned if we present evidence that it won't actually be evidence that the cops have. It might be something else, and it could be our undoing. But fuck it, we ball.
To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the Ox data that I didn't quite understand.
I think it's the pill organizer.
A piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it.
Yeah. Meds for a modern, non-lethal doses present. Boop.
Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the Ox, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did, feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway.
Wow. Wow.
(5:01 a.m. June 5th, 2086).
Long night. That was too far just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. It's not like I care about his feeling. I doubt I'll ever even see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for heartbreak. The gun's in custody, there's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim, there won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next MO. And no one will ever found you. District Attorney Rockford.
Hi. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried.
By all means.
Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so put together. Thank you. I don't get it. How do you sleep at night?
Pardon?
You do white noise, aromatherapy. Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. Hey, so I'm noticing that it kind of seems like she's brown eyes and brown hair.
She's a prosecutor. The lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt.
Hey, so I'm just kind of pointing out here that a rival lawyer that then eventually proves your guilt as a serial killer who you've killed everybody who also has brown hair and brown eyes, that would make for a really good setup for Toxic Yuri. I'm just throwing that out there.
And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once.
I'm licking my lips. I'm stroking my chin. I'm twirling my hair. I'm tapping my index finger to my forehead. I'm thinking thoughts and things. I think that this is the Toxic Yuri. I think that this right here is the Toxic Yuri that I was promised.
Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job. And hard for me to read.
Should I buy a new mattress?
What they've got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma?
February 13. Height 165 centimeters. Blood type O positive. Assistant District Attorney. Coffee, toffee, hot couture. Dislike sunburn, dead pixels, eye strain, eggs, Benedict. Plays chess, Shigoi, idol savant stars. Cat person, yes. Hey, quick question. What was the height on all of the Heartbreak Killers victims? Hey, real quick, I feel like they told me the height of all of the Heartbreak Killers victims. Guess maybe I don't have that information for. Just something to note there. Does the height match up? I feel like they told me the height of what all of her victims are. I feel like I vaguely remember that. Is that the same? Is that the same height? Just a thought.
Oh, well, actually I'm here for you.
Me?
Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings?
That's my case.
Well, then you must have been relieved finding out that you won't have to go to trial against me.
No?
Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives?
Yeah, London and the new girl, Reyes? They've been reporting to me in preparation for the trial.
Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious.
I guess they gave you the rundown. They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little.
It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So Reyes told you they had HK in custody and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here?
Hardly.
I haven't slept in 40 hours.
Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot up through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all.
Oh? I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer?
The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon. But I can answer that any number of ways.
Well, probably the photo is the most definitive, right? I don't think that we can lose to her. Unless we as a serial killer are into that. Unless we're into being shown up by our love interest, who's also our rival, who we're also killing people that look like her. Presumably we want to try to win. I think the photo is the hardest evidence. That may be true, but
then I glanced at the report.
You glanced at it?
No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes.
Right.
Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about his dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints.
She got all that from a glance?
But I'm sure a competent lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here.
Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic.
Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile.
Profile?
Yeah, Right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it.
I know what a goddamn profile is.
A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on evidence from their crimes.
did you mean profile? How to delete? Profile filtering? Trying to get your dating profile just right can be a full-time job. Let Valentine take the reign with our automated, secure, and confidential tools that put your better than best foot forward and put the sexy back into finding the right match. Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account.
Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who is caught on camera.
Or before they even leave the house.
I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it.
Tell me about profiling.
So this profiling, it's some kind of investigative technique?
The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill, points to passion, rage, lust. They probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggest they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you consume about nearly all serial killers. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories.
The detectives say HQ doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you?
That he's diligent.
Almost perfect.
Almost. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm.
It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. Yuri. Wow. That's beautiful. There is wonder and whimsy left in this world. Even in a cyberpunk dystopia surveillance state. There's still Yuri.
That's great. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in that metaphor, I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detective said that HK would have needed insider information on optics.
Morgan does not want to be the prey in this predator-prey dynamic. I don't know. I don't know. I think she's saying that. But I think if this girl wanted to hunt her for a sport, I don't know. I think Morgan might be into it. I don't know. I'm just saying. Let's see where the chips fall. Let's see where the chips fall. I don't know. I kind of think she's stunting.
So does that mean heartbreaks in law enforcement?
Never in 10 billion years.
Oh.
Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation.
Right, that's exactly how I'd put it.
There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves.
Insert themselves?
I don't do anything even resembling that.
Wait, if HK's not a cop, how did they know about the blackouts, I mean?
Crime meta-statistics analysis, probably.
Pardon?
Take the emergency response times from across the city and map them out, look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips in... Sorry, technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator, anyone could reverse engineer the timing, if they wanted to.
That is such an unpleasant thought, Emma.
Tell me about Heartbreak's MO. Emphatically not a top.
Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon.
He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me even more certain that these aren't his only kills.
Were there other shootings with the same MO?
No, not that I found.
Other victims that fit the description?
No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people.
That's true.
Hell. Even I match the victim's description. Wow, wonder why that is. Wow, I sure wonder what that could be an indicator of. They kind of look like me. Wow, I wonder what that could ever possibly be indicative of. Whoa. Don't know, I guess we'll just have to find out. Yeah, Morgan, what they do all look like her. What do you got any thoughts on that? Do they? Sure. What, you don't see it?
I hadn't thought about it.
Funny as hell that Morgan wasn't even aware of it. It was fully subconscious. She fell in love with her rival and then said, I gotta go kill people about this. But I just want to kill people. So like I don't like women. I don't like that woman in particular. That's not, no, that's I just wanted to kill some people. That's don't worry about why they all look the same. That's and that's don't worry about it's not that's there's no reason for that to ever pause. That's I saw those people and I wanted to. Yeah? Why did you want to when you saw these specific women, Morgan? Huh? Scratch his brain?
Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection.
She's gonna hunt your ass for sport, Morgan. She's gonna hunt your ass for sport. Baby girl, it's so Jover for you. It's so Jover for you. You might as well surrender. I mean, now that you wouldn't get any foreplay then, but like, it's so Jover. It's already so Jover. She's gonna hunt you for sport. She's gonna hunt you for sport in her sleep, Morgan. She'll do it while she's sleeping, Morgan. Especially given just how sharp Emma is on 40 hours without sleep.
That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip up,
a mistake.
Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed.
Are you talking about the crime scene?
Yeah, probably threw the detectives for a loop, right?
Based on what you've said, I don't blame them.
Emma is terrifying.
Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary.
I don't follow.
This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum.
You make them sound like a child.
Child-ish. And cowardly. And two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win.
Your profile tell you all that?
That, no. That part's just, takes one to know one.
So, to summarize,
you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type. In a city with an 8-digit population.
Well,
good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information.
Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources.
No, Morgan.
I mean, I need more crime scenes.
Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I never catch them. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies.
Not a very fair trade, is it?
No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's a deal with the devil.
And the name of the game is Of the Devil.
Fair enough.
Oof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more. Or sleep more. Or sleep less. But harder? I think a higher thread count would help.
Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom.
Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So, no hard feelings, yeah?
With a little heartbeat. You hear that shit, chat room? You hear that shit? A little heartbeat there? A little heartbeat there? A little heartbeat there? Oh, 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 la la, la la.
No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture.
Okay.
Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation, and the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off of her. As long as it's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view.
Episode 0 and... Wow. That was great. That was awesome. Oh. Oh.
Hi.
Android.
Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved.
May as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that.
This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone.
Hey, come on. It'll be fun.
Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan.
Credits. Art and direction by Evil Little Bug. Programming by Patrick MCF. 3D modeling by Arenders. Environments by Patrick MCF. Arenders. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Kristen, QJ, Maxie, Sadie Virtuous Varmint, S. Thumbbutt, Thomas Colamander, Wee, Xenons. Special thanks to Adrian. Alter Linux, Anna, Killjill VT. Points? 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 I know those games. Mado. Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk. Really Game Mechanics. Our friends and family. You, the players. Me! Points at self, me? Wow. Full attributions available at ofthedevil.card.co. Made with Unity, Nananovel, .tween, ProBuilder, Shapes. You're darn tootin'. It was built with shapes. I saw a lot of shapes in there. Some rectangles, some circles, probably a triangle or two, maybe a square. I don't think we saw any like dodecahedrons or anything, but who knows? I could have missed that. A game by Nth Circle. Of the Devil, Episode 0. And he shall appear. To be continued in
You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. Personally, I think it's cool to bring something that flawed into the world.
You're a criminal defense attorney, and we're at a crime scene. I think I can guess what, happens next.
I've never stolen anything. Wasn't already compromised. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after, too.
Can't tell you how many musicians I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat sign-in bonus.
So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You're just like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company wheels don't stop spinning for anything.
We can't hope to keep this quiet for very long.
But it's a million times more likely than the alternative. That heartbreak could ever stop themselves from killing. Father said you owed him?
I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it.
Of the Devil, Episode 1. An Idle Mind. Wow, that was so fun. I can't wait to play the next episodes. I can— ooh, my results? Show me my results. 2 articles. 6 profiles. 18 key terms. 17 pieces of evidence. 29 total credit earned. Congratulations. You finished episode 0 with 29 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have a total of 29 remaining store credits to spend on phone charms! In case
Give me the phone charms. I need them. I need them. I need to decorate my little phone. I need to decorate my little phone. I need, how do I decorate my little phone? How do, oh, yes, let me, yes.
Okay, I want— I get a rose gold. That's 20 credits though. That's a lot. Let's do a magenta phone case. And I want a fidget tubby charm pink. And I want an Emma deep in thought. Maybe that's too much. Maybe that'll freak her out though. If we come into work and we have a phone charm of her. Guess we'll just do that. I also want that. I also want that one. And that's basically all of my money. Yeah, that's like all of my money. Wow. Look at that. Look at my phone. Look at my phone. Wow. 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 What a fun game. What a neat game. That was so fun. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. I can't wait to play more of that. I can't wait to play more of that. I can't wait to play more of that. We'll have to do the rest of the episodes at some point as well. Alright, chat room. My throat is, my throat hurts. I've been talking for too much. I've been talking for too much. It's been a 6-hour stream. A 6-hour stream. Well, chat room. Well, chat room. It's been swell. It's been a swell stream today. Thank you all for sticking with me while I figured out what to do. with Coral Island not working. That was so fun. I had so much fun. I can't wait to play more. I love visual novels. I love visual novels. Mandatory self-promotion before I end the stream. If you enjoyed this stream today, if you chuckled a little bit, if you enjoyed the silly voices that I made, or you thought I was like really, really smart and good at solving puzzles and like being a lawyer and stuff, go on ahead and hit that follow button. You know, that really helps me out. That would really help me out quite a bit. You could maybe subscribe as well. Hey, there's an ad break. Well, you could subscribe, you know, and miss the ad break before I send us to our ending screen. You could do that as well. That's always an option. And then you wouldn't get ads. You would never get ads ever again. So, you know, really what better time is there to subscribe than during an ad break if you tap's forehead, stop to think about it. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out. Stick around on the end screen. I'll see if I can send us on a wonderful little raid. I just gotta get over there. I just gotta get over there to do the looking and whatnot. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out. If you were lurking, I appreciate you. If you were chatting, I appreciate you. And I will see you all in another universe. Goodbye!